force closed me. I'm back to login screen. So if you guys are having problems, it clearly you shouldn't be trading it right now. They're not stable. Got multiple Fed speakers today, and it's not worth trying to use a platform that is on the fritz, right? So stick to TLS or Robinhood, whatever you're using, and take small trades, but do not trade size with brokers having known issues right now. You will screw yourself. We're in a pretty tight range right now, and what we're looking for is playing, right? You're just looking for this FEG fill and buyers to step in. We're in a very tight range on ES with NQ lagging. You have Russell at VWAP rejecting. There's no real long side trade unless you're taking a small entry for an attempt for continuation. But until the Russell gets over 1896, it's just really not much there. Like either you buy the lows or you wait for the lows to confirm and you buy the retest. We're below ADR low on NQ, RTY, ES, right? So we've already broken out of our like range, our volatility range for the day, and we are trading below it. You do not have a good opportunity long side until we get back over and reclaim that ADR. Until then, you're just scalping a trending market down, right?
Market flow large put inflow in the last 5 minutes.
Bank of England's Ten Rayro says the shape of energy price shock and monetary policy lag suggests a risk of over-tightening. And Bank of England's Ten Rayro says the UK terms of trade shock have worsened. And Bank of England's Ten Rayro says I see a limit to how much trade shock can be offset. And Bank of England's Ten Rayro says I see a risk of over-tightening rates in the UK. And Bank of England's Ten Rayro says that UK inflation is expected to fall. Bank of England's Ten Rayro says financial conditions have tightened.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Canadian budget balance prior minus 3.38 billion. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Canadian budget balance. Prior -3.38 billion.
We're just in a range, guys. Nothing to really talk about. You just play the edges, respect them until they no longer are valid, and then we play NQ down to the FEG below. If you look at the 15-minute, very clear that ES is an NQ or in a range. We have a potential new low coming in, NQ leading. We want to see if this seller gets trapped and we get pushed back up to the top of the range, or we come down to this PT that we developed off of these previous ranges. Right, so failure to get back over, we just play this retest and rejection down to this level here. You have to be careful trying to short the bottom of a range just because people can get easily trapped and that can squeeze right back up to the top. This is why you respect the edges. It feels counterintuitive trying to buy shorts up here when you think that it could break, but I mean, the range is being respected. Clear sellers above, clear buyers below.
One minute remaining. Ten seconds. minus 1.98 billion, minus 1.98 billion.
Olivia. My bad, Flex. I was grabbing water. Can you hear me?
PSTG unusual put flow.
The Russian Foreign Ministry says it appreciates China's peace plan.
We have basically Apple and XLE carrying us right now. You have weakness in NQ, but with Apple ADR bounce, participation was found very quickly from 145.73, which is our ADR. Get a bounce and a potential wedge into our base. Again, like you play the range, the edges, until it doesn't work because you don't want to be one of the sellers who gets squoozeth down here, you know? Which is why we have both plans where you have your rejection, your continuation to our FEG below, or you have a bid step in and push us back up. You have to be very careful in these ranges, respect the
The
edges.
Russian Foreign Ministry says it shares Beijing's views.
As soon as Apple has weakness, we're testing our halfway back here. That's where you get your rejection right into our previous 15-minute 0.5, right? This box into our opening range low on ES. So you need to see if it can recover the halfway or if it gets, pushed back down. This local top on ES, so 39.58 to like 39.58.50. If we can make that support, then you can play this back up to like the 62, 66 area, right? Because that would be a clear sign of a push back up to our regular trading hour opening range here. So basically ORM on the 15-minute opening range and just the 30-second opening range is the same area, day open. If not, right, just right back down to the bottom and trapped in this range that we're currently trading in. But you have like really solid pivots based off of all of our underlyings. Post these in chat. Actually, I can just bring this up, right? So we have really strong bounce from our ADR low on Apple. Usually our first sign of a pivot doesn't need to break out, but we usually find participation here, and that gives us a push on ES and everything else. Really nice range on Tesla right now from value low to value high, with VWAP kind of being our first target from if we're buying the base.
The Russian
We just
Foreign
need to see
Ministry
these
says
break.
achieving Ukraine peace means recognizing new territorial realities.
Here's our attempt at that 58, 50, 58, 50, sorry, 59, 58, 59, 58, 50 area. This is where we wanted that base to build. This plan is still intact. I can't predict when it's going to happen. I just understand what happens if structure breaks and holds in these areas just based off of where our strong deltas are. So same plan, just need to see this hold, a bid to step in, squeeze these guys, all these sellers at these lows, push us up to our original opening range, take profit into here, and then we can then figure out a plan once that's played. Areas you expect sellers to try to protect, there's like 62s, 63s, 67s, 68s.
Biden says the G7 is to impose unprecedented costs on Putin.
RTY view up here in a second. We'll see if it turns into our pivot. RTY view up's at like 1885.7. It's also just POC. It's 1884.2. So like this whole region on the Russell. Dow leading up for this move. How are you guys doing trading this morning? Are you stuck? Are you just watching this chop? Are you able to trade the edges? What's the deal? Talk to me. What time frame, Kowalski? I'm on a 15
German
minute chart
Chancellor
for that.
Scholz says one of the prerequisites to reach our goal is to build strong relations with countries in Asia, Africa, South America that will
Weird.
last and take place at high level.
Regular trading hours or Globex? It shouldn't affect it, I don't think. Depending, I mean, it depends on when your session starts. I don't know how it is for TOS versus TradingView. Yeah, that's right. This is our RTY view up here. Our test. It's just edge to edge, right? So pretty defined range. What do we see on VIXI? I haven't talked about it today, but really another clear signal of our VWAP and RTY, so Jesus, VWAP and our ADR rejection, 1008, right? We're having a lot of trouble starting to curl here. You're looking to see if TPOC and VWAP can hold, which is this like 10 area. Failure to do that, then we come back down to 9.87, which is our 20 EMA. And look for a bounce there, but that should give us our squeeze, which is what we were looking for, right? So this is first target into our 62s where we thought sellers would try to defend from our push from the bottom. So this is just sellers getting trapped and then a push back up. I think we can, how's the best way to show this? Yeah. 1 second. That chart, that screen isn't big enough to actually show what I want to show. There we go. You can see all the sellers getting trapped to the lows and how thin that bid is on covering, right? On the push up. Right back up to previous sellers at 39.59, 39.60s.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of England's Tenreiro, who speaks at a conference in the honor of Guillermo Calvo at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York as a panelist at the session titled Back to 2% Inflation.
So you have like a ton of sellers trapped at these lows.
We also expect comments from Fed's Bullard, who discusses getting back to 2% inflation during an event hosted by the Columbia University in New York. Text is expected and a Q&A with the audience.
We have our previous sellers here. Current seller that we're trying to push through. So that's 60 62 area. And then we have where we're looking for sellers to take part in again if push is rejected. You see how thin this is from the push back up from trapped sell side. Stressing me out right now. No Miles Davis. All right, so this is our range retest on ES. See if it can hold, find a buy at our halfway back from the previous 15, as well as the top of our previous range. Get a push, take us to our 65 target. If not, then the 62 sellers hold, then we go right back down to the bottom of our range again. VIXI still pushing down. Apple still showing strength, was able to hold our halfway back from the bounce at ADR. And there you go. So like that was the play from the lows with an attempt at a squeeze of sell side, right? So this is it, and then we need to just see our reaction into our our opening range from the regular session.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from Fed's Bullard, who discusses getting back to 2% inflation during an event hosted by Columbia University in New York. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A with the audience. We also expect comments from Bank of England's Tenreiro, who speaks at a conference in honor of Guillermo Calvo, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, as a panelist at the session titled Back to 2% Inflation.
Today's session, you could see it as a uppercase B, right? It depends if you have both sessions together or not. So either you have a distribution that looks like this, or you have a double distribution that looks like this. It depends on what profile you're actually watching. So on the volume profile, we have a distribution that is a lowercase b. On the time-based profile with Exxon, we actually have a double, you see? Just posted that in the chat. I'll put it on screen as well. Right, so you have two different profile distributions here, where on the volume profile we see this lowercase b, and on the volume we have a double distribution with Globex on. So basically, you're just trading this range, right? The balance area, which is what we've been saying all day. And if you get a break of these 65s, you can play it into 75, and we look at these smaller areas like this is resistance, right? So we're expecting chop in here and a fill at the edges of our previous distribution, and then we then have another balanced area that we can trade in. Does that make sense? I know it's a lot of scribbles, so let's correct this. Basically, this is your current range that you're trading in. Failure to break over 65s, or failure for sellers to defend 65s, we can go to 75. And then we have this this low volume plus a the previous distribution is going to be our resistance. It's like 95, 85 to 95 area. Lowercase b's at bottoms of a range at the lows can be a basing formation right? So it can be accumulation at the lows for a push, or on rejection can be a continuation. Usually from the lows, though, you can see these as areas of where buyers are finding value and then a push back up. You just have to be playing the range of value, our value range. Watch him not be on voice. Jay, you on voice? It'll be classic if he's not on voice. Oh, okay, good. Did you get what I was saying? All right, bet. I just didn't know if I had to type that out. It's always the struggle.
1 minute remaining until the Fed's Bullard text release. We're also shortly expecting comments from Bank of England's Tenreyro.
Yeah, because it's like impossible to trade text, do typing as well as talking. It's like either I do two or I just can't do three. There's no way. So the squeeze plan played. We expect selling in this range here. If we're able to recover our VWAP, again, just based off of our distributions that we saw, we're looking for a push up into our opening range high and our previous low, which is our 39.75 area, right? Just based off of the drawings that we just did.
No sign of the text release for Fed's Bullard.
I'd expect that if we can recover 39.75, then we fill it out and chop between 39.64 to 39.75 and fill that out and make that a balanced distribution. Yeah.
Fed President Bullard talks about credible versus incredible disinflations during a panel discussion at the Credibility of Government Policies conference in honor of Guillermo Calvo at Columbia University.
Because what is I'm gonna reopen this. What I mean, this is how I think about it. I don't know if this is how everyone else is thinking about this. I
In
don't
the
know if this is
presentation, he
correct,
does
but
talk
it
about
works for me.
inflation has
So
been running near 1970s levels in the US.
what I'm seeing here is this is a merged profile from the last week, basically.
Fed's
What
Bullard
we
says
have is
many
our
financial market observers
balance
and
range that we were trading in,
participants are arguing that a substantial recession is likely.
right? So we have a very strong uh, distribution here where like we have a balanced area, but we have
We have
very thin
posted the full
tails.
presentation on the feed for all
So we
those
expect
interested.
volatility in these tails, and we expect a strong range when we're trading in here. And this previous distribution from Globex is just the bottom of the distribution that we were trading in all week. So we expect heavy resistance here, and we expect chop to fill this out in this like 85 to 75 area.
And in Fed
But you're
Bullard's
trading this
presentation, it
range
does say
currently,
the
and you
current
need to
situation
respect
for
that
the US
range.
seems to fall more closely
With
under rubric
65
of the
being
credible disinflation
our
rather than
local
the
range that we're
incredible
trading in right now
disinflation
from the volume,
experienced by Volcker.
right? So we expect, if we can get back over into these 85s, 90s to push,
Fed
and
Bullard
then
says the Fed has considerable
here,
institutional credibility compared with its 1970s counterparts, and the current US situation may fall under.
and you expect to trade this range until it
So
breaks.
just repeat that. Fed Bullard says the current US situation may fall under rubric of credible disinflations, which do not have large output costs.
You guys with me on that? All right, sweet. Holy shit.
Fed Bullard says a soft landing is feasible in the US if the post-pandemic regime shift is executed well.
Why does Dremel make a blowtorch? That's my only question from that. That's Ariana Grande putting on her spray tan to be black. That's what that actually is showing.
Fed Bullard says market expects inflation to come under control in quarters and years ahead. Fed Bullard says inflation expectations are now near levels prevailing before the 2021 inflation shock.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense just off of like a price action chart, right? So if we're just looking at candles, what are we doing based off our previous ranges that we drew, right? This is just a retest of the base that we created before the last sell-off, right? So now that we're testing here, we're looking for this previous range to hold as support, right? This area for a bounce and then a continuation to our opening range mid. And then we're just trapped in this previous range, range to range. You see this is resistance. So you expect selling to happen here again because this is our last area where sellers were in control. Look at these wicks. Look at our 13 EMA, right? This is our trend down. So either this is the break of that trend down or it's just a continuation. And if you look on like the Russell chart, this is just retest of VWAP on as support on the Russell, and this was a VWAP rejection on ES. There's the three charts I'm looking at for that.
Fed Bullard says markets have taken on board probabilities around a changed fiscal stance as well as the more aggressive Fed and expect inflation to come under control in quarters and years ahead.
And like, what did we see on the Apple chart, which is our go-to pivots, Apple and Microsoft, right? We have Apple bouncing from the lows, our ADR, and then pushing into our VWAP as our pivot. It's been the pivot all day from the normal session, right? So we expect it to keep going and keep keeping it intact. And like we just trade the pivots of Apple. It's our strongest underlying, highest weighting, right? So you can attempt to buy the lows, and we sell into our purple VWAP as first target, right? What we want to see is we want to see Apple hold this halfway back to the previous 15-minute candle, recover our VWAP, and push to our first 15-minute candle of the day into this area, this blue box. Recover that and build this out for a continuation up to the top of our edge, which is like 147.10. But this is where you risk off because it's been our selling point all day if you're long from the bottom. This is our Apple just halfway back test of our previous 15-minute candle. Microsoft VWAP is resistant still, and you're just looking for building, right? Delete these as they've played. This one still hasn't, but we can talk about it when it actually does. This was plan, so it is now played. You're looking to see how our reaction into this 62-65 area is. If we're able to hold, break over our VWAP, hold that, we look for 75 as target, which is just opening range high on the 15-minute and our previous low. This area is where we look to sell. It's nice when the things that we talk about play out in real time. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, it's totally understandable, Singe. And this is where you risk off anyways, right? Let's look at where we are at NQ. So your retest of opening range low, our rejections, we're just looking for higher lows, and we're looking for our halfway back there to hold for continuation, right? Like we're watching for this flag to form here, base, and then try to range in this at our VWAP is our destination for NQ, with this being our battleground. But sellers got absolutely trapped from the lows here, which is what we saw. Huge absorption down there. A little bit of both sauce. You can look at some of the previous stuff. You scroll up what I was posting. But basically trapped sellers to lows in a lowercase b profile on volume with double distribution on our TPO, giving us a potential target. I'll do this one more time. So basically on our volume profile, we saw a lowercase b. On our TPO, we saw a uppercase B, double distribution. This can be a basing pattern on our volume. This is the range that we were trading and respecting, is this volume area, right? Our value area from our volume
According
profile.
to a G7 statement, we will adopt further measures to prevent Russia from accessing inputs that support its military and manufacturing sectors.
This is the previous balance area that we've been trading in all week. So we're looking for a push to our 39.75 on a break of value. And then we expect chop in here, and then a potential re-entry or a short entry into our like 85.95s from our previous distribution, right? So if sellers are going to step in, they're going to step in this
As
85.90
reference,
area.
Fed can't wait for
If
supply
we do
side to work
push,
itself out.
and that's just our upper distribution from Globex on our TPO and our bottom of our distribution that we've been trading in all week. And we're just expecting, if this is a basing and accumulation area, we expect that buyers are buying the lows, the higher time frame traders, right? They're accumulating here, and you're getting your bounce, and then we expect chop here, and then we can trade back up into this region and chop. Why 39.75? This is our TPO off of our time-based profile, 75s, this area here. This distribution is where we have like our one-time framing down, or just like our TPO area, right? Like there's nothing here. We just sold off. So you expect sell-side liquidity here. And it's also the tail end of our previous distribution that we were trading in, right? And if you're looking at the balance profile, this is our attempt, I guess this is our volume, and this is value, right? So we expect a push into this, and then sell side to defend, and then push down, if they're going to. Does that make sense, Rory? It's basically, think of this as a range, and this is a break of the range, and this would be a defense of the previous range as resistance for a continuation. I have a feeling I'm going to be this chart's going to be up a lot today. And you can see this is what we were expecting, right? We were a little flag, our push. Now we're testing our our mid of our opening range. We're pushing to our VWAP on NQ, which was target. And we're going to our 75, our opening range high, our previous low. And this was the target for the squeeze. We want to see balance here between buyers and sellers, and a defense and a build of this node for a continuation up. I'm going to delete our chicken scratch now that it's playing. There's no reason to keep it on the chart. And now this is our NQ VWAP, and we expect some reversion trading, right? Like just chopping here, building of this node out, make it support. If we don't get this, you don't really want, you want to be in runners only, right? We want to see the squeeze is likely because of all the trapped sellers from the lows, but we want to see this build for confirmation for a move up. If we don't and we just get a squeeze out, you expect for this to be fully retraced until this flag is developed. Right, because what we have right now is a squeeze candle and an imbalance being created. But this is PT.
ECB Visco to CNBC says a recession in the EU isn't at all inevitable.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it just from a price action perspective, all we're doing right now is testing our 15-minute FEG that's above, right? This is PT, this area is just the lower half of the FEG that's above us, right? That's what this box represents on ES and NQ. So if you go to like our 15-minute chart, you can see that this is the imbalance that was created in the FEG, right? And we've traded to the mid of that as first PT on breakthrough. So what you want to see is a hold of this 378, 3978, 3980 area, and a push up to ADR and a hold for continuation. But you expect selling to be in here, and this is why you risk off, because we captured the lows. This is a sell side imbalance above. You expect sellers to reload or try to defend this area. Oh, great. Thank you, Adrian. Here, let me post that chart. This is our PT that we were looking for on VIXI from the break of TPOC and VWAP, right? So this is where we expect chop and then VIXI to choose directionality. Right? This is our break for VWAP that we're looking for, and our TPOC.
Bank of England's
Push
10
down
rate
target
is likely to undershoot
20
inflation
EMA.
target.
We look to see if we fill to 981, this area right here, but we expect reversals off the 20s and then chop to decide direction. Nice confluence. Great job, Adrian. I am talking. Oh boy. Romeo has been muted. Feels bad.
ECB's Visco says we have to be careful on rate hikes.
Yeah, Roysa, an imbalance is when we see an aggressive move on the spread. So like, wait, I gotta lower music. All right, so when we have a move like this, you have an imbalance created in the volume because you have someone selling and like basically just sweeping the book, right? So you have a very thinned candle, quote unquote, volume wise, and it creates an imbalance on that candle. So when we come back up to these areas, we expect this to be supply, excess supply. From sellers who were unable to get filled, they will try to fill here.
ECB's Visco says ECB makes decisions meeting by meeting.
And it's basically like the same concept of like one-time framing up or down, right? We never retested this area, so you have a what's a good word? You have an area on the chart that needs to be filled for the market structure to be fixed, right? Bring up the volume chart. So if you look at your footprint chart, you can see this pretty clearly. This is that same imbalance. Look how thin this price action is at these highs. Right? So this is our imbalance that's been created, and this is where we expect sellers to step right back in. Yep. Single prints, TPO. Yep. And on our volume, you can see that same thing here. That FEG or imbalance, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't matter. It is an imbalance on the books, right? From a sweep down, seller stepped in. That position was defended at the lows on sell side, right? So they sweep down. Sellers are able to, they try to absorb buy side here, fail, and you get your continuation down. And we have continuous failures. And then we have a loading of sellers at the lows. They get squeezed, push back up to our imbalance, and then you have a potential continuation down from this high point. You need
Bank
to see
England's
buyers step in
squeeze on the wealth will bring
here
down
at
inflation.
this node that we've created, right? So you have your retest of your node, and you have another battleground here where we see either buyers step in and hold this, and then push us back up to chop in this imbalance, and then another sell attempt, or you have a continuation from sellers and a push back down to these lows where they can either break even and get out of their trade if they're still in, or we have a continuation down.
Bank of England's Tenrero says the policy will do more if inflation persists. Bank of England's Tenrero says the main risk for UK is that we have over-tightened.
I was just explaining something to Rory Kowalski on Twitch. No big deal. Just talking about the 20 EMA on Vixie. So what we're seeing here is just, I'm going to post these three futures charts from TOS. What do we see? Reclaim a VWAP for the Russell after it being resistance and a push to our ADR low and retest. That's our top chart. We use the Russell as a good guide of our local tops and bottoms. You can see that ADR low was respected after we were able to hold VWAP, push to that local top, VWAP on NQ, our top, and we are now testing VWAP on ES to see if we can hold. But you have like this, I guess, a pin bar, right? A topping potential pattern here where we need to see if like the 65s, 62 area can hold for a retest for a higher low if VWAP is unable to hold here on ES. And this is just going to be, that would coincide really well with, right, so if this VWAP doesn't hold on ES, you get a retest of the 62, 65 area. That should give us our Russell retest of VWAP and POC for a bounce, right? So your best buying up is going to be in this region if ES VWAP doesn't hold here. Loss of like the 62 to 64 area, we look for a new low a day, basically. Like that's where buyers need to defend, and we look for a retest of this low range, right, and a push down. Because this is, again, this is where the set we expected sellers to be. So if buyers can't keep up with this momentum here, like we look for a retest of the lows. And you could easily just put like an AV WAP on this from the low here. And we can see this region 62 to 64, right? This is where we want to see buyers defend. Failure equals lows. Yeah, yeah. This is your VWAP and TPOC test on VIXI. It's exactly what we were just looking for. This is the bounce from our 20 EMA. Posted in chat. Right, your decision point here. This is Russell VWAP test as well on RTY. Posted in chat. ADR rejection, VWAP and VWAP and POC test. Your white line and the purple line. It's just what we were just literally just talking about. Let me just post it as well. We want buyers to defend 39.62, 64. It is so hard to try to trade, talk, and type. And let's look at our profiles again. Well, what do we see? Right? We have our range established with 75s being our highs, right? This is the range that we were trading in. It is the previous value area from the week based off of our volume profile. We are looking for resistance into this area on the retest. We are still just in balance in between this 75 to like 50s area. We expect this. We respect the edges until the edges no longer play. Once we're able to hold this area, we can then push to, I don't know, 39, 90, 95s, and then we expect a seller to step in again. At the lows, we look for continuation. In the middle, we look to play the edges.
As Toloi says the US is deeply concerned that Chinese loans to may be leverage, talking to India and other countries about how we help countries make their own decisions. And top State Department official for South and Central Asia, Donald Lu, says the US Secretary of State Blinken's goal on visit to Central Asia will be to show the US is a reliable partner.
This is from a footprint trader that I respect. He sees the exact same thing. So it's like this 62 to 65 area and a 74 to 75 area. So he's a footprint trader. Those are the two areas that we look through. Just post it in chat. Yeah, exactly, Komodo. Bouncing off of our 30-second opening range on ES, trying to reclaim it on NQ. We'll see if we can get the push, but this is where we wanted buyers to step in, right? For continuation, we're trying to see if zero tick can hold and we can get a push on right here, you see? So with the sell-off, we're now looking in this chop for these higher lows to form and be respected for a push back up. And what do you know? What did we see on VIXI for this move to even be possible? Rejection of our VWAP from our 20 EMA bounce, right? And our TPOC, that area is respected, that 9.98, 10 area. That is where we were looking for rejection for an understanding of where we're trading. VIXI is just in the middle of this range now. You wait for a break either direction for the larger move to happen. We got our bounce on the Russell VWAP, which is what we were watching for. Posted in chat. And ES is just holding on for dear life right now on its VWAP, just raging. 65's being defended so far. Poor man. The meme of Mario.
NVDA unusual put flow.
So far, pretty much like zero downside from a 65 buy. 3 points so far. Need to see what happens into our opening range low on NQ and our half-light back areas from our previous 15-minute candles. But you risk off if you bought the attempt from buyer defense 65s. Next area, if this gets rejected, I'll be looking at the 60-62 area. It's just FEG, right? Like if you're looking at this, what do we have here? The FEG from this area that we bounced in before. We're just looking to see if this still holds. It's also just our opening range from the 30-second, which is this 39.64, 65 day open region. It's where we were looking for buyers' first defense attempt. Sell into our VWAP again. We're just seeing if we can find any divergences with tick to let us know that this is a continuation up. If not, we look to see if this is defended. X. Wow, fancy. $65 is defended again. Not confident in that trade. First attempt was nice. Really want to wait for 62-60s before I reload, unless I see it like a clear ability to push over zero and tick.
Berlin, Paris, and London want to tie Kiev closer to NATO, according to officials from all three governments. And the agreement would stop short of a full NATO membership. We have posted the full Wall Street Journal article on the feed for all those interested. Ukraine's Zelensky says, I plan to meet China's leader Xi Jinping. The US Treasury 3-year yield rises 15 basis points on the day to 4.56%.
See if we can hold VWAP in this 39.68 for continuation. Doesn't look bad. Really nice subtle divergence play into our buyer at 64.65. I'm not in this, but I mean, it is what we were talking about. See if it can break it. Oh my god, what is going on? 1,000 notifications. Just gap down continuation. Flat U vol with D vol going up. I don't remember ratio in the morning, but I would assume that it will -2 and then push down to 4. Solid tick divergence still, with us holding our negative 500. But you just need to see like a stronger buy out of VWAP at the highs. As of right now, I still just like this like 62 area better for a buy. I just am more confident in that trade. That's why I haven't tried to take the 64s. But I mean, that gave 5 points, from the 64s. Not bad. I just would like to have a little bit more conviction. If you have like an actual proper DOM, not this like limit order ladder that we have on Tradeovate, you can see what happened at 64s, 65s. 64s, do you see someone had to got squozeth? Sell side, 1000 on side. You want that to continue up. Failure to hold the 64s, like it's just gonna, we looked at 62s, but like it's really gonna be more so like low a day. That's why I'm not very confident because we didn't see the aggressive push that I wanted to from this person getting punished. It's trying to sell at the lows. We can probably see it on the footprint. Let me pull it up. Yeah, okay, so like on the footprint, you can see the same thing, but it's showing because we have a oops. We have we're just getting the limit fills, which makes sense why it shows as green here from the lows. So same thing. You see that 1,000 in our 64s here. Mm, this is what I'm talking about. 64s.
What's up, guys?
Yep. '64 is trying to defend again. I don't know if it holds.
Good morning, Sig.
I'm still watching 60-62 for scalp. So far, 62s are bidding, but I don't see much strength yet.
You probably want to see that low volume node hold, or else we come
Yeah, that's just
probably all
basically
the
we
way
hold
back.
here, or we may probably make a new low today.
Yeah. Everything is just a measured move, Adam.
I didn't get my fill at 60s. Holy shit. See if this holds. If it doesn't, I expect new low day. So I have a tight stop here.
Fed's Bull says viewing price surge as temporary has hurt the Fed's credibility.
This is FEG, 15-minute FEG filled on ES and peaking this lower node. There's liquidity here, but it needs to become initiative very quickly.
All right, let's see if they defend. If not, I look for new low of day.
Keeping an eye on Apple and Microsoft here, as that trades into the lows.
Fixie ADR as well. This is why I was attempting 60s. Opening range low on ES, all the stuff. So it's like buyers defend or we get knocked down. This is Tesla VWAP, XLE VWAP as well. I wish Apple was at ADR here. I don't like that it's not.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour to get the Baker Hughes rig count data for the week. Total rigs were a prior of 760, while oil rigs have a forecast of 609 and a prior of 607.
Did you play your new game much last night?
Played it for a couple hours, just tired.
I watched Asu play and I was like I was surprised at how good the graphics when you like open your bag and like
Oh
everything
yeah.
laid out. I was like, oh my god, what is that?
Fed's Bullards repeats that we need to move quickly to shield the Fed's credibility.
And Leighton has returned.
Yes, he has.
This area we're in is interesting too, guys. If you look from like on 3950 through 3980, our 4-month profile is much more defined in this area than our 2-month. Take a peek at your composites. What a older volume. These areas are nice to see, like, okay, are new participants still initiating? Or did everyone who was buying here in, like, when was this, December, November, are they out? Six minutes till new 15. So far, not really any reaction of Apple or Microsoft on the lows. Just holding everything else. Trying to bid, but nothing super convincing yet. You do have, I guess you could say, a little bit of tick divergence here, but
So 5 minutes now to the top of the hour, where we do get the Baker Hughes rig count data for the week. Total rigs saw a prior read of 760, while oil rigs have a forecast of 609 and a prior of 607.
True, I was thinking about that. I think we can wick under 56 and then find buyers almost immediately with the divergence that we're seeing on tick, but it can be invalidated quickly. So you have to be I wouldn't risk much, but I don't mind trying to attempt here with like a 3-point stop. It's just not a great trade, right? Like it is what it is. I'm just looking at VIXI into ADR, DXY top of range, and ES kind of coming into our 4-hour low, this 39.55.35. Uh, but that's about it. I Like, you're short from the highs of what we were looking for. I would stay in it because I don't know if we get like a full retrace, but I am attempting in this range long just for a scalp back up to 39.62, 63. No strength yet. It's just lunch.
One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the total rig count.
Still have 4 contracts, 4 micros on from 12 to 12 short. I've been really liking doing this more. I don't know if you were paying attention at all yesterday to what I was talking about, but
Like
like
trading
shorting
opposite.
yeah, but like short
Yeah.
using micros for like the broader targets, and then just scalping
Yes.
long on with minis.
Their horse actually does that a lot too. More like swing
Yeah,
with but I mean that's kind of what you're doing as well. I haven't really dabbled with it. I've always just stayed with the options, but
yeah. That's usually what I do. Is I just take spreads, but I don't know. When I get like severely punished, then I'll probably not do it. But I haven't yet, so.
it's like yeah. Well, that's like all of my like accidentally left on dom mistakes usually get hit overnight, and then I wake up and I'm up like 100 points.
Hmm.
So it makes sense.
$753, 753. Seeing the oil rig count at 600, 600. That's lower than the forecast of 609.
All right. 3 points so far from our 56s. I would move stops up to at least break even here as we test our halfway back. 0 test on tick. I doubt many people are trying this area with me, but nice little scalp. Took off half into 60s. See if we can get a higher low to form. Love to see 58s rebid and be defended. And not so much. 0 tick rejection. See if they come back.
POC move on SPY now as well to this current node we're trading in.
According to TASS News, Russia's Putin spoke to Turkey's Erdogan and discussed the practical aspects of increased supplies of Russian energy.
What a snooze fest. Holy shit.
Lunch has just been not fun lately. This East Coast should be finishing up soon here.
So Putin and Turkey's President Erdogan also discussed agreements on exporting Ukrainian grain through Black Sea ports and export of Russian fertilizers and agricultural products.
It says Microsoft testing low, Apple testing low.
I wouldn't mind trying to buy 52s, like the value low of our this distribution. But I don't know. I mean, it's like either we just are chopping between like this this value area of 52 to 70, basically 73s, or we are unable to hold that and we make a new low. Like, it's kind of all I'm watching. Show the chart again. Same chart that we've been posting all day. Like that blue, darker blue is basically like, are we trading in this balance or no? Right.
The kind of scary part is too, like if we fail out of like 3950, we have like essentially 50 points until anything
Yeah.
substantial.
Yeah. Like basically the bet is that sellers get squeezed again, right? Like that's what you're looking for sell side punishment. And if you don't, then you've got room. It's just hard for me not to want to try to buy Apple ADR and Vixie ADR. And like I don't have a good short term, right? Like it's like either I want to attempt to buy these lows, or there's really nothing until we retest, 3964 for a short reentry like that, or VWAP 3968. Like I only see short term, like a long look. I don't see any good shorts here where you don't have like the odds of getting absolutely squeezed up from these lows.
Just like too far down the range.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That doesn't mean that the buy trade is good. It just means that there's literally nothing here.
This was for those who were on voice yesterday, that was very similar to like the longs over 4016. I thought that was what it was. Yeah. Or like it was like okay, so we definitely can come back up to like the mid 20s. But if you missed the buys off like 885 and 880, it's like
Yeah, this just like doesn't feel great. It
yeah.
won't feel good in that trade. Just like me trying attempt long here doesn't feel great until we can confirm over like 60s, 62s. Like it just doesn't feel good. So I'll like take small hits attempting it, but like I'm not happy with the trade, I guess is the best way to put it. And when I'm not happy with the trade, or if I don't feel like there's solid risk reward, like I'm sized incredibly small, and I'm willing to cut because I don't have solid edge, but I see like stuff setting up, right? Like I see tick divergence on the longer term from this trade down, right? Like I see. Yeah, I'm all right, Horatio. Thank you for asking. But like I see this, right? So like I'm happy to try these areas with the attempt for the pushback up with like the tick divergence, but failures to hold to break over zero is telling me that like the trend is down, right? Like we're just oscillating in between a negative 1,000 and zero right now. But I do see like oh, I didn't mean to do that. I do see some I don't know if I want to call it like I'm seeing a lack of aggressive sellers in these lows, I guess is the best way to put it, and in the overall market.
There's
But that
definitely
doesn't mean buying participation, right? Like,
yes.
yeah,
I was gonna say that's like even into these 55s, there is some absorption occurring
yeah,
on the bid, but then they're not pushing out, right? Like
yeah. Yeah, just because we don't have like active aggressive selling doesn't mean that we have active buying in the sense of like aggressive buyers. It just is like a chop fest until one of those things happen, right? Like that's like, do you want to be trapped in this chop for the next hour where you have to watch a trade, or do you want to wait for a retest
Shortly
in a
expecting the
direction?
results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
I basically did like a market to volume profile class this morning.
that's good.
Yeah,
Hopefully people soaked it up.
something. How come yours looks different? Because I have a merged profile.
I will say I've posted these in the past, but if people are interested in that stuff, is it break of structure? I don't know what that is in Tradeovate. You need to go to your
104
indicator
counterparties
list.
take $2.142 trillion at the Fed reverse repo
If
operation.
it's not trade of it, it's definitely not break of structure.
Yeah. Okay, what I was saying though is if people have like interest in really exploring that stuff more, I implore you to go explore the Axia Futures YouTube videos. They have years and years and years of good content on that stuff that you guys can soak up. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Is that like my? It doesn't look like. Did you download something that I gave you?
Well,
Remember. Well, you can
Same.
easily check. Go to the gear icon on that chart and just turn off the eyeball until you see that thing turn off.
Should be able to double click that yellow line too. I
Yeah,
think.
you might be able to if you don't have the buy sell
True.
on. Ah, you splurged for the all-in-one system flex, huh?
Yeah.
This playlist is wild. The Marias, the Kendrick.
So retest value low, Microsoft, Apple, ORL, POC, ES.
Vixie ADR rejection. Just wait to see what it does into VWAP and our TPO at 10.02 for
So in 10 minutes
directionality.
time now at the bottom of the hour, get some more Fed speak this evening with comments
my
from Fed's
God.
Collins and Fed's Waller. So Boston Fed President Collins shares a pre-recorded remark video as part of a panel discussion at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business in New York. So text is expected, but a Q&A, however, is not, obviously, as these remarks are pre-recorded. So we also get comments from Fed's Waller, who discusses, quote unquote, why we miscast inflation at the 2023 US Monetary Policy Forum hosted by the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. So text is not expected for Fed's Waller, but a Q&A for the moderator is. Worth noting, there is no webcast for Fed's Waller's event either.
Yeah, so CJ, this is why I've been really invested in this TPO profile that I've been posting on over and over again, because you have a mic. Yeah, you do have like a microphone, right? But you do have a very solid balance area. But the thing is that once you get out of that balance area, you're going to have very volatile tails that you can play, and that's the microphone action, right? So like you have like a balanced box, right? And then you have extreme tails that are volatile. So when we break out of this balance off of the larger structure, you have like larger volatile moves in either direction that you can play, or you're just in this chop in the center. But that's why I've been really posting those distributions, because I think that understanding where that area is a little bit easier to trade than trying to like predict the bounces in a microphone.
Yes. Horizontal always. Number one.
All right. I just took off 2 contracts here into our known range resistance. I'm looking for day open 39.66 though, 39.64, basically just our 30-second RTH opening range. And our resistance at 11.961.25. It's been pretty heavy on NQ, but yep. Hopefully us like telling you why we were looking, like the only trade there was long from the lows. Hopefully like that kind of makes sense. And like even that trade, again, I was like, I don't love it, right? But I'm willing to attempt it, just small size.
Apple back to POC. That Apple pump is very nice.
Yeah, you gotta respect the ADR on Apple. Never in my life am I shorting Apple ADR. I traded it is laggy. It was completely broken this morning, Mario. It's fucked.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I need to look at things this morning. I gotta go shovel my deck. Got officially 18 inches here.
Holy shit.
That is so much snow.
I have one contract left. Sold into this 3964 area. I'm not in from the absolute lows, guys, but like I do want to like reiterate, like I have one contract left now. These areas are really tough. Hopefully we were able to like talk it through, and even if you didn't take the trade, you understand what we were looking at, you know. I don't blame you if you didn't try to attempt it. Here's our VIXI ADR rejection and retest into our VWAP, which is our purple line posted in chat. But like the pivots I watch, like I'm not gonna try to take a short into VIXI ADR and Apple ADR. Like it just
Again,
it's
5 minutes now
beyond
to the bottom
stupid.
of the hour. We do get the final Fed speaker for the day and for the week. There was comments from both Fed's Collins and Fed's Waller. So Fed's Governor Waller discusses, quote unquote, why we miscast inflation at the 2023 U.S. Monetary Policy Forum hosted by the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. So there's no text from Fed's Waller, but there will be a Q&A with the moderator. Does also note here that there is no webcast for Fed's Waller. So let's look into Fed's Collins. That's Boston Fed President Collins, who shares pre-recorded remarks by video as part of the panel discussion again at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. So text is expected though for Fed's Collins, but no Q&A obviously.
And like this is our top until real buyers kind of step in. You just have like shorts getting punished at these lows. We need to see participation and a push over into our like VWAP for you to be like actually excited about this trade. Until then, you're just playing with you know, like the understanding that these guys are just getting punished from the lows. That doesn't mean that we break out and go for continuation, right? But just that like this is a nice little trade from this range that people were loading in and they got completely absorbed down at the lows. And we look to see what happens in this area here. We see that the last attempt was a failure, right? To push over. But like noticing this down channel on tick with an up channel on, or sorry, down channel on ES with an up channel on tick, and some a mild divergence between ES and NQ with lows being made and the choppiness, seeing more strength in NQ at the lows than ES. And then the Russell just literally just a range, just flat range that entire period with push into our ADRs. It's kind of all I was watching. If you look at like the 15-minute on the Russell, it had a really nice. Here, let's go to this chart here. 15 minutes. Actually, let's open it up on here. RTY. What does the 15-minute chart show us? 15. What's this 3-bar called? Yeah, right? Reversal. The new opening candle is able to hold the body of the previous, push first PT into the wick high, and now you have your body at your second PT with selling stepping back in, right? And what happened into our VIXI ADR? ADR, rejection, failure at VWAP, back to our 20 EMA, right? So now we're just back in this chop fest here in between 20 and our VWAP.
So 1 minute remaining till we do get the text release from Fed Collins, and also shortly expecting comments from Fed Waller as well.
But like with the understanding that like if we're treating this bottom area of our distribution as like a balanced period, like trying to buy
So Fed Collins says that
let me
she
bring
is
this
aware
back
there
in.
are many risks, including negative economic outcomes, and is optimistic that the Fed can get inflation down and achieve a soft landing. Says recent US data affirms the case for more rate hikes. It also says that the US central bank will need to get rates up and potentially hold them there for a long period. More interest rate rises needed to deal with too high inflation. So again, that's just the text release from Fed Collins there, where she does say that more interest rate rises are needed to deal with too high inflation, and that the
Right.
recent US data affirms
Shut
the
up.
case for more rate hikes.
So if we're treating this as a distribution and we're playing the edges, right? Like trying in these areas the lows makes sense until this breaks. So like again, it's why we're willing. If we're just treating this as a range, I'm willing to try to buy the lows and not try to short the lows until we see a rejection and continuation, right? You guys get that? Like just risk reward wise, why trying to trade those kind of edges makes sense. And like from the same chart, right? Like why is this our first area where we look for shorts to reload? Well, it's the high or the peak of this distribution, right? Of this period. Right? So if we're trading the edges, we're looking for chop here and either a pushback down or a hold to the high of our edge. Right? These being our edges. So you sell into the peak and just leave a runner at break even from your ad at the low. And either we chop here and we make higher lows and you get your continuation up, or you get your, you sell and you've already taken profits from the mid, you know? I'm not trying to predict anything. I'm just trying to find where value is. I'm not trying to predict anything on a larger term. So like if you miss this buy from the lows, your best opportunity is to short the high, right? Like you always have two opportunities. If I'm taking profits, it's because I believe that this is a reversal area, right? So if you miss this buy, you can buy this side because you're playing the edges. This is our range. Or you don't play at all, right? And you wait for the retest of either side. Like here, if buyers step in here again, we look for a higher low and a continuation, and then a retest of this, right? So if you're short, this is your first area for where you want to try to take some off, risk off, into our tick extreme. And then we wait for divergence to play and see if this AVWAP holds from the low for that bounce. You guys see all the things that you need to, but now it's just figuring out where your best risk to reward are in these areas and actually putting in the initiative to try to take positions, right? So buying is to be expected. We had our tick extreme, it's our AVWAP. This doesn't mean it has to break out, but it is the highest probable area where buyers will step in to try to defend these lows. Does that make sense? So even if this doesn't break out, you are able to try to capture this from 56s, and you can play this into 59s. It's an easy 3 points. And if it breaks, great, you can play it back up. Knowing where your opportunities are is like so big, and what to look for, and then it's just like, okay, if this doesn't hold, we know that this trade is invalid, right? We stop out and we wait for these to see what happens at these lows. Either it works or it doesn't. Did anyone take that patty bounce, by the way, from the AV up that we were just talking about and then saw it play? I don't know. But move stops to at least break even here. Okay. Because what you're seeing right now is it's just retracing the imbalance from the vomit from the top, right? So this is your imbalance that's been created. It's just tagging it, and now we have to see if we can build out this on the node for a continuation up. But you expect sellers into this, right? So into these highs. Doesn't mean it has to hold, like it doesn't have to last, but it is a good opportunity to take some risk off from the lows. There's no real like ups. I mean, like I don't mind this continuation, but if you're not in from either of these lows, you gotta wait until we see the reaction into VWAP into this 3968 area. In my opinion, there's just really nothing there until then, unless you're gonna try to like short these highs again. I'm decently far. Palestine's more like central. I'm on the edge, right on the lake. I've never been there, but I'd say it's probably like an hour drive.
Be aware of your decreasing volume on kind of this bid back up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably pretty decreasing until we see 68s hold and buyers like actually step in with initiative. Until then, you just have like you're gonna have a structure like flagging. We want to see the break retest for push. Great job, Sauce. Perfectly played. Talking about that on live as well, right? Are your cars okay in California? That hail was nuts. True.
Your daily open test.
This is our 20 EMA test on Vixie again from our ADR rejection and a breakdown from VWAP. Vixie's been such a great indicator today. Rating Dippin' Dots. Put out a bowl. We're watching for zero test here. We want to either see an equal low on tick or a higher low develop with price at these highs. Failure to do that, then we know that this is just, there's still quite a bit of strength here from sellers. Again, only opportunities really for buy side were here and our retest to defend this low. And then you just have your potential short in these highs, but you don't really want to try to attempt it until you see divergence on tick. As of right now, tick is going up and making higher lows with our price at higher lows, right? So when we come up into our like VWAP and we see Vixie try this 20 EMA again, that's where you can attempt the short for a rejection of our highs. But until you see bearish divergence, there's really no point. Oh, that's like pretty thick snow too. Look at those. Your
Yeah, I
footprints don't even
couldn't.
go in.
I didn't even do the bottom part.
Oh,
I was
no.
like, I'm so tired of shoveling.
It's like 50-pound snow each shovel load. Holy shit. I don't think a leaf blower would have done that. It's only good
No.
for powder. That's like ice.
Yes.
It's like my favorite snow to try to snowboard on. Just zoom.
An electric shovel. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, like you've got like the Elysium, like the hydraulic suit on, the shovel arm.
Oh, yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
bust
yeah.
that out. Not wrong.
Classic flex. What the hell is that, Darius?
They are, Adam. But the one who comes and does that twisted his ankle. So I'm SOL.
How do I use that on those stairs, Dan? Where does the snow go if I'm on a stair?
I don't think so, Ty.
Down the stairs.
So confirmed Darian has never shoveled stairs in his life.
I'm so confused.
The way to do it, Myth. Okay, so what happens then, Darian, when I get to the bottom of the stairs and I have a pile of snow that's like 10 feet? I don't even own a snowblower.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, that's
yeah.
the real solution.
My dog is at this
Tactical, yeah.
stage in her life where she just like doesn't like snow anymore.
It's so sad. It's the worst. Used to enjoy it so much as a puppy, and then they're just like, hell no.
It's like it's cold and wet. No,
Yeah.
thank you.
My dog looks at me like you're crazy. I'm peeing the house. Sorry. Okay, thanks. Like I actually have to like force her on a walk. Alright, so this is VWAP. This is where we expect if a rejection is going to happen, we expect it here. And what we're looking for is for this to chop in this zone, and we either have a failure here or we're able to hold for push, right? This is what we've been talking about. So our VWAP, where we thought shorts would be, 68 to 64 in like 10 seconds, right? 4 points, easy, just off that. Understanding where sellers are. So even if you're not in the long, just boom, 15-second trade. And we just look for choppiness in between this 64 to 68. See if a flag can form, node can develop, and we hold. All right. Prosper, yeah, we're looking for buyers to try to find value. We want buyers to see value in the 68 to 70 area, right? So this is what we want. We want this area right here to become our support, and we want to see buying participants step in and love this area for a push back up, right? We're gonna go back to our profile again that we were looking at of why. Here. Pull this up in the browser again, pull it over. So where are we trading? You have to go into a trade with the plan of like, okay, this is why we're taking it. So if we think that this is just a balanced distribution, right? We are trying to buy the lows here into the 50s, 55s, and we're selling into the highs, right? The top of our distribution. Right now, 70 is value high in this distribution, right? So if we can find buyers who are willing to hold value high as support, we can then push. Does that make sense? Right, so first PTs into our 75s, and then we can play for these 80s, 85s. But we need to see value high in this distribution, which is this 70, 68, 70 area, right? We need to see buyers think this as value to buy for a push. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. And I don't know where we go from there, but like break of 65s, then yeah, we look to play back to the bottoms to like 50s, right? Because right now we're basically just sitting at our peak in this distribution. So we want to see that peak hold as support for a push into 75s, that hold, and then push into like 80, 85s. I don't know, Mario. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
it is what it is.
Yeah. Cool.
Send the nodes. I don't
I
know.
didn't
I
know if
mean,
that was like a quiet disagreement or just like, yeah,
no,
you
there's
said the
not much
thing.
to add. I mean, it's like, I, yeah. I mean, I don't have anything
Yeah,
to
you're good.
add.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page, and it was like, this guy's an idiot. You know?
No. It's something. If people are struggling with, I guess the one thing I will add, if people are struggling with this, there's just take your notes and draw out where is buyer for value in the node and where is seller for value, and then observe the shift. And if one of those things shifts, then there's an imbalance between buyers and sellers occurring, and then we look for the next one. Like it's very, once you get it down, you got it down.
Is that a top signal, Gaston? I'm not familiar. That was at 10:53. It's the strong technical analysis with that one.
Here, I can.
Yeah, that's why these live sessions are so key for like real education, because you're not, there's a difference between someone who can hindsight trade and someone who can show you what we're looking for and it play out in real time, right? Like that's kind of the difference between someone who's like actually actively trading and someone who's writing an essay about what happened in the day. So there's a very big difference between those two people. Hindsight trading is pretty easy. You've got all the information in front of you. Why I don't trust a lot of people on FinTwit, right? It's the I told you so, but no profits shown. True, Adrian. Or my favorite tweets, which are the ones that look like this. And then it's tagged 2 weeks later with a plan on both sides, but then no trades shown.
The Dallas Fed's trimmed mean PCE price index at 6.3% annualized in January. That's versus December's plus 4%.
So we're looking at a potential divergence here on tick, a squeezer. It doesn't need to play out, but what we're looking for is these, what we're seeing are these lower highs with equal or a start of higher lows here into our zero. You have a potential for a squeeze to happen into our zero on this kind of setup where it's like a pennant into our structure. You can see maybe sometimes you can see squeezes off this. I've noticed that. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'd like more defined higher lows, but this these rejections so far just showing you like the bid is kind of leaving and sellers are showing strength, but zero test usually can show a strong bid and then we get like a push up. Something to look at. It doesn't need to play, but it's an area I watch when I look at this kind of structure on tick. Like we clearly see sellers in control in the overall market, and we see us pushing down. But what we do know is that we have a strong support here in the sense of this node, as well as our previous resistance, right? It's now become our support. So on this retest, we're looking for a zero hold on tick and a push up and a bid from buyers to push us out. There it is, right? With this move, no. There's really nothing to say. This is just a squeeze play. It doesn't have to it's just good for, a couple points. But that's really it. Man, and you can see it playing out in real time. I really like that setup. DXY, see the thing with DXY today is it's just a rectangle, right? So for DXY, you need to treat this as a rectangle. So you're selling the highs, right? So you're looking for buying to step in on ES and everything at these highs, and at the lows you're looking for market drain, right? Vixie is just what do we have? We have a harmonic on Vixie, huge. We'll see what happens. But Vixie is just a rejection of VWAP and then continuation down. Like this stuff with like the little tick divergence play is straight up just like I'll explain it again. What we're seeing is we're seeing a weakening bid, but we're also seeing a weakening sell if that's at the lows, right? We're seeing like a sell into our resistance and strength there, but at the lows we're seeing buyer strength kind of start to come back in. And then we have our zero tick, it's like neutral, and we get our little bit of a push. And we can see that when we have like a known level of support that we're playing around, which is this like 3965. This was resistance that has become support. We're looking for this area to have a strong bid to keep this price back up. And then you can play it back up, that's a 5-pointer right there just off of a divergence play. Yeah, this is Vixie 50. It's also your 4-hour zone, 9.89. Yeah, I'll post it. Yeah, Prosper. So like again, this is we want to just see a continuation of higher lows being built. And now you want to see like now that we've pushed back over VWAP, I'd love to see this halfway back VWAP area that we have here hold as support. Failure again is basically just buy side failure to step in and initiate, right? Like if they can't hold this, then it's just we're probably going to come back down to the lows. What the hell is going on over here? Oh yeah. Hmm. So remember, target's still 75s, right? We're just looking for this area to hold, in this like 72 to 75 area is where you're taking risk off from this 68, or wherever you did get in. If you got in at the 57s from the VWAP bounce from here, right, you're taking risk off into this chop. If you bought this retest with a divergence, you're selling into 72s and then 75s. Because what do we have above us? Big ass 15-minute fair value gap, right? An imbalance that was created from the sell. Our opening range high, previous low is the 74-75 range, right? So if we're just trading an opening range from the 15-minute, like this is a really nice little PT that we've developed, the 75 area in between our ORH and our previous low. And then 72s being the bottom of the FEG, where we expect sell side to try to step in this range. And everything I give, I mean, it's going to be plus or minus a point, right? Because I'm not God.
That's actually very important that you guys. I try to talk about this a decent amount, but like view areas as zones, because things that you might get a push, you might get a sweeper come in, but like
Yeah, I'm
view
not moving the
things as
market. I'm just
zones.
looking at the market.
View,
So
view things as
like,
zones.
it is what it is. I'm good at analyzing, but like that doesn't mean that zones will be perfectly
Or
respected.
yeah, or even like earlier in the day when we had like off the this like higher low and we were looking for the push back into daily open and I missed it by like what, a tick or two. Like that's still a daily open test. Like the tick is not what's important there. It went to target.
Walnut door
A
at
walnut,
27.
yeah,
What does that
classic.
mean? What?
Imagine not knowing.
Fuck. Yeah, oops. Hacked. I don't know if that fits into the keypad. And just, I'm gonna reference the chart that I posted up a little um, above. Um, this is again what we're watching for, right? This is prices at our value high of this distribution, and we're looking for it to hold and for buyers to find value in the highs for a push up, right? Your best opportunities always are going to be taking shorts into the highs and longs into the lows, right? But if you are looking for a continuation, that is the play you're looking for. You're looking for this range to hold as support. If not, you take shorts into this area for a push lower, right? It's either we're playing the range or you're trying to play the break of the range. Those are your two plays. What has been our resistance for the entirety of today? Apple VWAP? Hmm. I'm probably going to put this Twitch VOD on my YouTube because I think today was pretty good education-wise.
You've been explaining a lot of stuff.
Hopefully they don't mute the entire thing. Yeah. Good job, man. Welcome.
It's a long journey, Prosper. You just can really understand the like principle of we find balance and fair value, and then something occurs within the order book where an imbalance takes place and buyers or sellers take over, and we trade to the next fair value, and it's just that cycle over and over and over. You will be just fine.
I think we can probably put a fixed. So what we're seeing
Any more
here.
comments from Fed's Minister? My view on inflation in the economy not changed since the latest data. Declines to say what rate size needed at the March's FOMC meeting. Says the Fed needs to keep at rate hikes until inflation trends break lower. The Fed will need to go above 5% Fed's fund rate and stay there for a while. focus on 25 basis point versus 50 basis points, misses the bigger picture, she says, and that stronger inflation pressures are still with us. The data shows inflation not yet on trend to get sustainably back to the 2% target, and the new data affirms the case for more Fed rate hikes. This is going to take more tightening for the Fed to get back to 2%.
This is like a micro view of what we're looking at overall that I drew for CJ earlier, right? Where you have a balanced area in our center and we're having more volatile tails. That's that microphone pattern, right? So with each iteration outside of balance, we're getting a broader or more volatile tail off of our distribution, right? And until we can break
ARKK
this cycle
unusual
and
put
hold
flow.
this, which is that 72 to 75 area, that's when you get the big push out. But right now, you have this tail, this balanced area, right? And then we have these larger moves in opposite directions outside of balance. This is just like a little micro view of what we're looking at on the larger chart from like the weekly profile. That CJ, if you're listening, it's like the exact same setup we were drawing out
The
earlier.
third time Fed Minister has spoken today. So she's spoken in a Bloomberg interview, unscheduled
True.
earlier, at a scheduled event in the afternoon. This time at a Reuters interview. Again, this is an unscheduled event by the looks of it.
I think if buyers can secure 75s, that we have a very good chance for continuation up. And you can play that into like 90, 95 on a hold of 75. First target being 85s, and then that 90 to 95 area after that. You see how 72s are just continuously being our first PT, right? Like that, this makes sense. The sell side liquidity being there. So if you're scalping, you have your range. And until we can secure this area, this is our next area, our next battleground between buyers and sellers. And again, it's just like this microphone shape with balance being in the center. Let me put down our profile again from this area. Right, so it's like we're trying to now break this and hold in this distribution. So this is value high. It's what we had drawn here. That's so dangerous. Holy shit. Was it real? That can't be real. Oh no.
That moment
Jesus.
that just occurred was very important there. What happened? There's like a seller who was selling there who was like, I'm sick of this, and then just swept book down. Right? That's a good example of like this absorption. And then the second buyers, he wanted to get filled. Buyers got soft there, so it's just book sweep. Are people able to understand that candle and that little liquidity drop? Just like a second long? Like at least the principles behind it?
Just gonna keep this up. I keep redrawing it and then deleting it. Exit liquidity.
Like it might make more sense to look at it on the tape, but once again, the tape, you can see everything in the candle. And once you understand the principles, right? You see this absorption into 72, 73s, which we know there's a limit seller sitting there, and then bid gets weak, so then that seller just sweeps book.
Until we secure the 72 75s, you're gonna have very volatile tails on this distribution that we're in. You have the microphone pattern.
Very good, CJ.
You don't know how badly I want to delete this drawing again. Holy shit. Just have to redraw it in 30 seconds. I've drawn it seriously 10 times. It's just so messy. We'll see what happens on the retest if they exit again. But I agree with Mario that it's a buyer exiting here. They're just sick of this shit.
I think some of this, we've talked about this in the past, but I haven't in a while. But a lot of the people who are executing like decent sized, like 500 contracts, are not doing the same analysis that you are doing as an individual. They're sitting at a desk and their desk manager is telling, okay, we need to execute 1,000 contracts at this price within this amount of time. And their stops are 100, 200 point stops. Like they're just going to execute. Like they're not scalping for 4 points. They have a 6-month time horizon with a very large book that's being hedged against. And those are the people we want to trade with, right? Because those are the people who have the size to move the market. But you need to understand, like in these areas, like sweeping the book for 2 points or 3 points means nothing to them. They're just moving size. At this point in the day, homie's probably trying to get out of the office like an hour early. And he's just like, I need to finish my orders for the day. Yeah, exactly, Ty.
I think a good way to visualize it if you're struggling is like we have this distribution here. The tails are the vulnerable areas, right? So anyone who's trying to buy these areas are vulnerable on either side. Like, and they will be tested. Like, buyers who are trying to buy that break are going to be punished, and sellers trying to sell this low are going to be punished. And you're seeing that with this, right? Like, it is what it is with this balance in the center here. More volatile tails. You see, if I do it like this, is it easier to visualize? It's the same thing. Strong punishments on either side with weak price, weak volume, right? With our main value area holding, and until we see like these buyers here are getting absolutely ruined. These sellers here are getting absolutely ruined. What happened to our bottom? So man. Here, I'm actually just going to control Z until our zones are back. Do you see what I'm saying? Where the punishments are? Who's offsides in this? The two zones that we marked. We'll see if they are unable to break back over 39.69. Should be telling for direction.
NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at $2.35 a gallon. NYMEX diesel March futures settle at $2.79 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude
this could
April
be
futures
going more perfect
at
from what I've been saying.
$76.32 a barrel. That's up 93 cents or 1.23% on the session. And NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $2.45.
No, he's not a bot. It's a man. Unless we mean like an NPC like you, then yes.
It's not a burn, it's just real life. No, you are the Matrix. There's a big difference, bud.
Tesla VWAP test here. Rejection of our halfway back. Apple halfway back rejection. So far, VWAPs are still resistance across the board. Really, the only thing that's got some momentum to it is energy and XLE. It's coming into our ADR though, so you have to be careful. Just want to see 64s stretch ahead. If they do get a failure rate, a higher low here, right? Just another test, and then a push up or a failure and a continuation down, right? With our pivot being this POC of this balance of this distribution. I'll be right back.
Keeping an eye on Amazon here. Decreasing volume ES again. Watch for volume break. See, we're not getting the initiation out of daily open anymore that we were on the first like 3 tests after reclaim. Need to see that come back to look for another like rotation of the node. If not, we have a shift down of seller for value.
Brent crude futures settle at $83.16 a barrel. It's up 95 cents or 1.16%.
Just testing into the edge of this higher degree node from today. It's kind of our look under negative 500 tick. We did get the volume breakout sell side. We want to see initiation here, or we look for opening range flow essentially. Retesting daily open pivot.
All right, I'm here. This is what we were talking about with the pain, right? 64s, we wanted to see a bid. You need to see a pushback over into our previous balance, right? It's like 65, 50, 66, and then you can get a push back up. Failure, we look for rejection and a continuation down. But 64s is what we were looking for a bid. I am attempting the 64s. See if we get our rejection here or not. I'm setting 1 to break even and taking profits into our 60. What the hell is this? 67. Just gonna set a stop at 66.50 on my other contract. Get stopped out for profits if need be. There you go. There's the done. But I don't know. I feel like I explained this area pretty well. Hopefully you guys are with me.
This was another, like, if you just draw on the node, put a line in the middle, and the bottom 50% is buyer fair value, and the top is the top percent is seller fair value, and you're like, okay, we're testing this. If we then reject our daily open pivot, then what was buyer fair value is now seller fair value, and we trade back down to like ORL. Once you start viewing things like that, it becomes very simple. I'm moving up stops on my runners here.
Yeah, same. As we test the highs of that distribution.
See how when Sig was gone too, we were talking about like we want to see that initiation in the range after that people at daily open, and even if you don't feel comfortable taking this knife catch down into the 64s, 63s, the second you see that bid back up over our pivot of the daily open and the reclaim of 0, we're watching Amazon, that bid's up back over POC, you can feel comfortable hitting the ask there. And then just run your stop. I mean, what you get in 65 half and you run your stop 63 quarter under the low. You're less than a 2-point stop with like I don't know, like 6-7 point take to profit. Like that's good RR.
Moving stops as we test 72s again.
Yeah, I just exited into that.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we handled this like extraordinarily well, and that's.
This is something as well where if you were like around that lunchtime when we have really small candles, it's gross, choppy, and if you're getting chopped up in that, I would recommend trying to change your mindset of needing to trade. Like maybe focus on doing one trade a day. If you can wait for one good setup a day, that's all you need. One. And realize like, okay, the market is slow, like earlier around like noon central, right? And be like, I don't need to trade this. I don't need to catch the knife. And then once we get movement and volume kind of back in and a more defined, wider range, then it's like, okay, now I can trade this. Like you don't need to constantly be trading and just really like focus on finding that one setup. One good trade is literally all you need.
There's our 75s moving stop. This was target.
EW unusual call flow.
I don't know. I think we like actually executed that to a T. Love it. Stopped one contract there. One at break even. I'm gonna delete these now that it's played. But it's the principles. Like the megaphone is what it is, but like the understanding of where people are going to be punished outside of this distribution is what is really key. And understanding like these tails are widening, like you're going to get more volatile moves every time we break out of this. Understanding why the shape matters, right? Like that's the key. Fuck the pattern.
Yeah,
Understanding why what's happening is happening.
the diagonal like megaphone, and this is so Prosper. This is since you're new. I talk about like horizontal versus diagonal levels a lot. Like the diagonal structure that you're seeing with the megaphone, right? Like that line is not a horizontal line on the chart. It's good to understand and compartmentalize like mentally what's occurring, but the horizontal levels, which where you're actually executing at via price, like once you get confluence between those, that's when it's good. And like focus on the horizontal. The diagonal can help give you a sided bias or understanding trend, but that horizontal price level is going to be far more important in the long run. Yeah. And like even there, like I sold top of range, Sig held runners. Neither of those are wrong things. And now because I'm not in a trade, I'm just going to wait to see what happens in this upper node and then repeat my process.
The reason why I held is because the plan for me was this, right? Like we had this plan in place of where we wanted to be, where respect needed to be given for the break. So sold one into 75 and kept the runner because why the hell not, right? Like if I get out, I get out, but like we've made profit, we're up. But like understanding the larger plan for me and then scalping the range are two different things. And then the runners are for like my bigger.
Yeah, so Prosper, think about your node here again, right? So we had what seller fair value from like 69 half to 73 half. So now that we've looked above, we want that to turn now into an area where buyers are willing to initiate, right? We want to see buyers initiate higher. And if that's the case, then we just go to our next node and do the same thing, where we know that sellers are willing to sell 79 to 80, right? And then buyers we want to see, like I said, buy, 73 to 75, even down into 70.
This is NQ VWAP, important level. It's also our ADR for R2Y. So it's our pivot into our like 75 area. Over that, this is target for this entire move was this opening range high 74 to 76, right? And we just took 75. It was the half between those two. Over this, we look for 79s, and then we look for 79.80, and then 85s, and then we look for 90.95s.
Take in just your volume by time. All right, so your normal volume per candle. You can see we had decreasing volume, and then off the lows, volume starts ramping.
ARKKSTO bullish put flow.
Remember, your volume by time is showing you market orders executing, right? So even on that doji candle where half of the volume was sell-sided, but we were able to hold, what does that tell us? That tells us that there's larger limits moving up the book, absorbing these market sells.
So we're seeing if we can't break the 75 here, we're looking for this to hold. This is that right here, this 72 to 74 area where the sell side is. So if we have to retrace this imbalance, it is what it is, but we should be able to keep going. But I'm expecting from these lows, sellers punished. We're looking for a bounce and a continuation, or just a continuation out of this stupid megaphone and then a push, right? So 75s hold, catch bid, and continue. We have to just be very mindful of how thin this action is, right? And I guess it already happened, yeah.
One more minute till new 15s, last hour of the day.
I just kind of expect us to flag into our view up here and then push if we're going to on NQ, retest view up. And that would be your Russell ADR retest. We have to be very respectful that like we did just do like where's ES ADR? Oh, on this one it's below. Yeah, or it's above. Yeah, we're like getting into our ADR here on ES, and we have our view up here. So like this area is like you need to just expect selling, and we look for a flag and a hold of our opening range high for retest for continuation. Like I should probably change this. Like we're expecting opening range high like this area to flag if it's going to, and we just can hold. And because we buy the lows, right?
Market
Like
flow large call outflow
who
in the
cares?
last 5
Right?
minutes.
We can be fine with the chop, understanding what we're looking for. Like we're looking for the Russell ADR to hold, we're looking for NQ VWAP to hold, and we're looking for chop into ES ADR with a pushover. Should I pin this message from Adrian at this point? So this is ES ADR. So you want to be moving up your stops if you're in with us from the lows. Just because, again, like if we do not get chop here and we don't have a stronger flag than this, to me, I don't like the trade as much. Like, yes, we have aggressive buying, but I also see that as like bad structure, and then like we come back down from a higher point, right? That just makes it a little bit more volatile without having like this gap filled on our volume profile. Like I really want that to build and like a hold of VWAP and a clear sign from bulls that like we're going up, you know? Without that structure kind of coming into place, I'm less confident, or I shouldn't say I'm less confident, I'm expecting a more volatile sell to fill that that poor structure and hold the node. It doesn't have to happen, right? Like there's gaps happen all the time and we can continue on, but building that gives me confidence to stay in trades. But like again, like this is our next PT area. It's this 84, 85, right? And then after that, 90s and then 95s. So this is our expected target. Like 85 is what we had. Let me just mark it. 85s, 84s. And then we had 80s and 72s. So if I go like this, you can kind of see what we're looking for. And then we have this, oops. Oh my god, I hate when it does that. Then we have like this area up above. This 90s is going to be rough. And then we have the, what was that, Wednesday? The overnight yesterday? That wasn't yesterday, but this was the Wednesday range overnight high that was being respected. This was our big rejection and then continuation flush down. So like this area being defended, these 95s just make sense to me. And if we go back to like the profile, I mean, I'm gonna just keep posting this, but like we can see what we're filling. It's exactly what we wanted to see. I need to go back in our history, but I'll just redraw it for the sake of it for those that weren't here earlier in the day. Like what we have here. Let me load my drawing tool. Is that we have this balanced area from our previous distribution. This is our weekly, like the previous days all merged together. So we have this distribution here. So, and then we have these. Earlier in the day, we had a B profile like this, and I was saying that this is accumulation probably. And then we had our distribution from Globex, and then we have the regular trading hours, and we had this B, and filling out this area was what we were waiting for. And so we wanted to see this area fill out and build the node and kind of fill out this area on I need a clear drawings, it's getting messy. Basically filling out this lowercase b, or this uppercase b, double distribution, and making it a single distribution. Right? And then understanding that this is our previous weekly balance with a huge like central area makes this distribution different than one that looks more like this, right? The tails are very volatile on a distribution like this. But as soon as we try to get back into the main area that we've been trading in, it's going to be that resistance. I don't. This stuff is a little bit more like, I don't want to say like niche, but stuff that it's going to like take you a bit to understand. But basically, here, let me pull up our 3 different kinds of distributions.
It's like taking linear algebra after calc. Like you need to understand calc first.
Distributions. I was posting about this yesterday in DMs, but like we're in a lepto distribution, right? So like that's what that looks like on that node, right? So our tails are more volatile. Yes, and exactly. That's where we were hoping for that node to hold, right? So your opening range high, where we were expecting buyers to step back in. And again, it's just repairing that bad price structure, right? Again, this is what we were talking about, where we just expect flagging here. And if you look on like the Russell, what is actually happening? What did we just do? I think it's very important to understand what, like, it's just a retest of ADR as support. And what did we want on NQ? Retest of VWAP as support, right? Like yeah, like
You guys see how much easier it is to trade now too than it was 2 hours ago? Why is that? Sure. What else?
rough. It'd be like that.
Checks out. Yeah, perfect tie, right? Not only is there more volume, but there's more initiative volume, and it doesn't matter that it's buy side, because there's initiative sellers here too.
Yeah,
Right?
this tape's fucking ugly right here. This is a, I don't know who's gonna get squeezed here, but um, we'll see.
The
Some traps setting up. By
the
the way,
reason I brought it up too is kind of what I was talking about like 15 minutes ago, where it's like, okay, like you don't need to trade the garbage. Just wait for that one good setup, and now that you're like, oh wow, this is way easier to trade. Remember what this looks like, and wait for this to occur now on Monday. Right? Remember what the volume looks like. Remember what the candles look like. How price is moving, what it feels like.
today's performance center is something else. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
There you go.
Oh boy. Yeah, and that goes in with what I was talking about with that larger distribution, right? So like this is resistance. Like this area that we're in, we just are expecting to flag here, and we want to see absorption of all the sellers and then a bid to step in and a push, right? And that's going to create that flag. I still have the in my current positions right now. I hate this new view on Discord, by the way.
You
Just
like
post
to
my images.
zoom in.
Why? I hope so, Darian. That would make me very happy if it stopped out. Again, this is just flagging in this poor structure area. You want to see our opening range, this area kind of holds. I can see it wicking down here, filling out and fully developing this low volume node that we've created. We want this structure to become support, this poor area. I want to see bids come in the 74s fighting over that area, the 72 to the 74s. Yeah, just trade first hour and last hour. You know what I mean? Who cares? Everything else is just chop. Are you guys using that new indicator that we dropped? It's not on the TFC, it's just on Sam's with the 30-second opening ranges. We're just trading in the regular trading hour 30-second opening range right now on NQ. Yeah, perfect, Darian. It's really all you need. Yeah, I wanna wick down into 72, 74 and then a bid. That'd be ideal. We look at this on a 15-minute, we can see the poor structure that I was talking about, right? Like we get this push up, and now we have like this imbalance that's been created here. And we're just looking to see buyers step in on imbalance fill or halfway through the imbalance fill for a push back up. And that's why we're looking at that 72, 74 area. Full fill would be a push back down to like 70, 39, 69, 50. But we're just expecting this. We've been treating this area as a flag, basically, to fill this poor structure. Then a push back up. And if we look at like our NQ range, it's just the previous range we're trading in the morning, right? So it's just the top of that structure. And we're looking to see it respect the base here and then continue up. And you can see, right, this poor volume area that we were looking at on the profile, it's now filling out. So again, it's been a really good day for education, just because everything that we're saying has been playing out. It's one of those days. Playing the plan, though. Great job. Like, dude, huge gains.
All about the percents.
True. Have a good one, Surf. Watching to see our reaction into NQV up here. Anyone play the 3974s? Did you guys get in on that or no? It's fine if you didn't, but understanding that like that's where we were looking for that bid and push. It's really nice little scalp. Yeah, just move stops up here as we test the top of our range, right? We want to just see this do like a little micro flag on this node here. What I mean by that is we're just looking for this halfway back to kind of just pull like this, and then we can get our push and our break, and then continuation if need be. But nice trade. Great job catching it. No. Buying opening range high isn't a bad trade. I just expect like opening range high is just a level, right? Like it's you're looking at like a plus or minus point here, and so the 74 to 72 area I was expecting is just this. If you're going to buy like the opening range high, and I was looking for a bounce at 74s, you can buy on the way up, right? Because look what happened here. We wick below, and then what happens? We retest that. Buyers come back in and validate the move for the pushback up, right? You don't have to knife catch. You can wait for participants to step in and play back to the upside, right? So that's the recovery of our AV WAP on our cloud. It's our opening range high. right? So like buying the push below and then buying support is not a bad trade. It's just trying to buy it on the way down instead of on the way back up on retest is the difference between like a slightly bad trade and a good trade. Either way, it's profitable, you know.
That's something I do a lot, Prosper, is just wait for like the reclaim of a level with aggression, because we've like noticed, okay, we want to see aggression off of this area, right, based on a volume profile structure. And then like, yeah, you can take the knife catch, or you can wait to observe the aggression and then realize that like you look 2 candles back and be like, okay, are there still like, is this pivot still intact? It was the same idea as the daily open reclaim at like 145 central, 140 central, right? Like you can get in the 3963, 3962, which is where we were looking for that to occur. But on the reclaim of our pivot as well, like that is completely acceptable.
And what's great about doing something like that is that you have like a clear invalidation, right? Because
Yeah.
if they're not buying the higher low to defend the low, then you know that we're probably going to keep going down, and you don't want to be in that position, right? It's like you have a clear level of that invalidates the play. This is that little flag we were just talking about, by the way.
Even like what you just said, Prosper, like I try to buy on the way down instead of when it's coming up. Like, yes, what the problem when it's coming up is you have to be quicker, because if you start chasing, then all of a sudden you're buying the top of the range. But as it's coming down into the zone and you don't see that reaction you're looking for, it doesn't matter if it's a buy side or sell side, right? Then like you're just hoping, right? And there's no edge in hope.
Yeah.
Like you're like, I'm hoping that there are buyers in this level, instead of being like, oh, I observe buyers in this level. And it's very difficult throughout your entire trading career, but especially at the beginning of your trading career, of being quick enough to find the level, observe the level, see the volume, see the reclaim, and execute in a good spot, right? Like that's not an easy task. So what you need to do is then go paper trade with that in mind, right? Being like, today I'm practicing like market orders off of a level that I'm interested.
Why? What did you play? Is this real? Oh, this is Cheng. You changed your name. No way, that's real.
It's Chang.
Yeah, that's why I
I
said
mean,
no. No way.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Great job, Prosper. Welcome to chat, by the way. Classes are on Mondays, if after hours, if you want to partake. The only way your account looks like that today is if you actually tried to fade me the entire day.
We made good trades and got to make fun of Chang today. I call that a big W. Massive W.
Hmm. Uh-oh. Leighton fading me. It's a good joke. Those are our levels. Jason, what?
Prosper. Usually I'm here in the afternoon. Sig has been here in the mornings lately because morning action has been good. There's always gonna be one of us here at some time. At least
Yeah.
around. We might not be on voice or streaming, but like we'll be around. I'm almost always on voice in the afternoons. What did you just call me, Darian?
So we're seeing some divergence here between ES and NQ strength. Just something to pay attention to. Again, we're watching just NQ VWAP, right? We're just oscillating around it. I want to see a stronger participants in NQ around here, literally like here at our Patty AVWAP. Failure to hold, then we have a clear divergence with tech weakening and ES at the highs. Just something to point out. And we look to probably come back down to our opening range high, previous low, like that 72, 74 area. If we don't find a buyer on NQ here.
So noting oil futures here are reversing course as Brent and US crude up by around $1 a barrel in post-settlement trading.
Flex, why didn't you tell me about this juicy XLE 3-bar on ADR? Look at this thing. It's okay. Yeah, NQ leading this, right? We saw the sell. Just need to see a buyer step in 72, 74s, but the divergence there was pretty clear.
So we're looking now to the early market on close imbalance. It's currently sitting at 265 million to the buy side. Also, just a quick note for our users who look to the CFTC positioning data. So, of course, we have made our users aware before that the data has been delayed previously for the last 2 weeks or so due to a cyber attack on a UK financing company involved in collecting the information for CFTC. So they have now released the CFTC data. Of course, this is backtracking all the way now. So the data coming out is for the week of January 31st.
I'm flat on my 64s or whatever the entry was. I just exited here. See if we catch a bid. But I want to make sure that we have some clear strength in NQ. But this is that area that we were looking for a buyer to step in, 72, 74. I'm not confident in this area as of right now. I can see 67s, 68, 67, 66, that area as a potential buy in a wick low, right? So like if this 72 doesn't hold, I would just be expecting this area right here to be a potential push. And that's just a full retrace of this really shitty price action that we saw that was very one directional. All we're doing here is just repairing this poor structure, right? So this is understandable. So if like this 72 doesn't hold, I'd be looking for this area as a potential retrace for a push back up into 72s. Because if we go on a 15-minute, you can see what's happening, right? We have this imbalance fill, right? So we're just looking to see if this area here still has buying participation. And what's great about this is that it's still higher lows, right? So on this imbalance fill, you have participants step in here. That means that we can have a continuation of. So I'm just going to be watching like this ESV WAP, opening range mid, day open area. Lots of, it's also just, again, previous range, push out, fill of our poor structure. Hopefully it'll be a tick extreme as well. I'm just waiting to see reactions in here. We've got like a very weak NQ. If you were on the short side, I think this is a good place to take off some risk. This is Russell VWAP retest. Again, I don't know if this is a solid buy yet. If you're trying to go for it, just make sure that you understand that it can get aggressive in either way, either direction. This is it's like a. That's why I said take some risk off on shorts, right? But this is like opportune, like where buyers will try to first attempt to step in. I've got like a small little position here, but I'm more than willing to take an L on it. This is just from the thesis that this is just the imbalance retrace, right? Poor structure. See if buyers care about this.
I am just chilling.
I mean, it's doing the thing. I mean, it's I don't know if it holds, but you should be up if you're taking it, regardless if you bought literally at any point in there. Just don't know if we get the continuation, you know. It's just a good area to take shorts off. Or take some profits, I guess is what I should say. Because more than likely, I mean, not more than likely, it has the potential for a continuation, right, on a failure. But understanding that this is a pivot is just a good area to take profits on short side until we figure out if this builds as like a bear flag or not. Hopefully that makes sense.
Again now to the early market on close imbalance. They're still sitting 265 million to the buy side.
Yeah, right, kids. This is just, it's a pivot, right? Like, well, I don't know which way it's going to go, but I expect a bit of chop, and then we get directionality. This is one of those areas, again, that we were just mentioning. Like, you don't have to try to catch a knife. You can wait for the claim of VWAP and continuation. Like, do you want to be caught in this chop fest here, or do you want to play the breaks of this area? It's just what are you comfortable? Do you know yourself well enough to be able to take an exit on a small paper cut here if it plays against you? Or do you want to wait for a confirmation to either fill this area, this low volume area, or pivot down to opening range low, right? Like those are your two trade plans. Actually, three. Either get caught and chop or wait for a pivot rejection and then either ORL or previous low are targets either side.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still at 265 million to the buy side.
XOP level 3 bullish call flow.
This is XLE ADR, just to go with that alert, by the way. It's like it either holds here or probably comes back down to 84.2 and then below that, it's just VWAP. It's a pretty good pivot for XLE if it's going to hold ADR as support or not. For that XOP alert. I think that's what they said. I don't actually remember. Hopefully my the chop area makes sense now.
So we're looking now
Here
to the
comes the
market on close
sweepers.
imbalance, currently sitting at 2.4 billion to the sell side at the end of the week here, just waiting for those final orders. So that's the market on close imbalance there, 2.4 billion to the sell side. So again, market on close imbalance for the NYSE, 2.4 billion to sell.
An attempt to try to break through this range. See if 62s hold or not. If there isn't really any more participation from that sell on MOC, then I can think it can reverse. Just waiting. Candle's been fully retraced. See if seller reloads or not. But it's that no continuation, right? So it's like the aggressive push down and then bid back. That's what I was like. It seemed weak. Right back up to the top of our range. I really want to see like a solid candle close over 39.68. If it's gonna go. Yeah, great job, Sauce. Totally understandable. That's why it's like getting chopped in this range is just not the move. Waiting for the pivot to confirm and directionality is the way.
Time for a kids chart. Nice quality kids. Love that out of you.
Have a good one, Sauce.
Guy saying he's saying the words of the people.
ZM rapid call flow.
Were you guys confused by my analysis here, or did it help? I don't know. I mean, did you buy? Are you in, or did you just watch it and did it make sense? Was it helpful? Was it hurtful? Are you mad at me?
I bet everyone is just pissed. What a squeezer.
Yeah. What was?
Wow, that out of Romeo.
ZS unusual call flow.
Do I need to go back to the 15-minute of what just happened? Right? It's just poor structure retrace, failure on sellers there to push us lower, no follow through, and then push back up. Right? We saw the sweep come in, there was no follow through whatsoever, and then you have continuation. I have one runner left here in our opening range high. This is our 75s again, right? See if they can get over and hold. Closing to 75s would be pretty huge. Do I need to break down that area again for you guys, or are we good? I don't know.
Seems like most people who are here understood it.
Okay.
Might be wrong though.
I don't know, Komodo. I just talk, man. Yeah, with tick divergence right around. They're recorded, but because I play music, they all get blocked. I'm gonna upload this today's stream because I think it was a lot of really solid material. I mean, literally everything played out. I mean, I wasn't like it was a good day analysis wise. I'm gonna upload it to my YouTube, see if they don't care. I'm gonna close out this last runner just because market close. There we go. I'm out. I could see this flagging and continuing, but I don't need to be in it.
It's a big old moon. Do we? There's no. Yeah, this one we have. It was last Monday. That was a holiday. Do we have market open Monday? But we do. Pretty good week.
Oh yeah.
Kind of bland week, but also good. Ooh, very nice, Kiz.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to upload this. We'll see what happens if they mute the entire thing or not. But regardless, I think it was pretty solid. I'll let you know once it's uploaded, guys.
Good weekend, friends. Goodbye.
Later.